All right, we call this meeting to order.
No, just go in the order.
Okay, so we're gonna have, Pastor Jim is not here, so we're gonna have Joe do the invocation.
If you may remove your hats and close your eyes if you like. Heavenly Spirit, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come together. Please give us the strength and the grace to be able to make the best decisions for all our community. Bring us together and guide us through the good times and through the tough times. We ask that you take care of all of us. We ask that you give us the strength to do what is right at all times. Thank you.
And now we're gonna have the pledge of allegiance led by Councilwoman Sanchez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're gonna do roll call
Mayor Villarreal,
here.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores. Here. Councilmember Name. Present. Councilmember Sanchez. Here. Councilmember Soria.
Present.
All present, thank you.
Well, good evening. We're gonna have approval for the agenda tonight. We'll call for a vote.
A motion to approve the agenda. Tonight, January.
I'll second. Give a motion to approve from Councilmember Soria, second from Councilmember Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to the public comment. The public is invited to comment on any subject under the jurisdiction of the Lindsay City Council. Please note that speakers that wish to comment at a regular item, public requested by mayor comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per person within 30 minutes for the total comment period, unless otherwise indicated by the mayor. The public may also choose to submit a comment before the meeting via email. Public comments received via email will be distributed to council prior to the start of the meeting and incorporated into the public office official minutes. However, they will not be read aloud. Under state law, matters presented under public comment cannot be acted upon by council at this time. Do we have any public comments?
Can you press the button?
Is it green?
Just press the where it says push. There you go.
There we go. Eric Coyne representing State Senator Lindsay. I don't think anybody who's watching the news could miss all the goings on in the Capitol and either Capitol, state Capitol, the national Capitol, U.S. Capitol. The Senate's been very busy. They had a special session. They talked about 3 things in particular. $25 million to authorize the Attorney General to defend or to challenge some of the federal policies that were being proposed. Another $25 million to deal with immigration-related issues, and then the one that came up just on the fly in the last 10 days was $2.5 million to be considered for emergency firefighting and to deal with LA. If I remember right, it's simply appropriations committee has moved to 2.5. I don't remember if it would have happened last 48 hours if the Senate did to the governor. It may have gone to the government signature. But you can imagine this is creating a real budget nightmare, and good luck with that. Because whatever they have for surplus deficit now is 2.5 billion plus and added expense. So this has changed a lot of things. The Senate's been very busy trying to respond to some of these things. There's a lot of issues of particular interest to her, concern to her because of her district, her representation, not the least of which is the immigration issues and the federal the federal response. She has, we've been pushing out to the legislature. They've distributed materials down to our level that are some resource guides for how people who may feel that they're at risk or they're maybe profiling if they're citizens, they might get pulled over and be interviewed. How should they respond? Now, of course, I didn't bring the website, but I did share some of these with the city. And these were, I want to say, it's a Bay Area Immigration Resource organization that they put out a very informative set of PowerPoints and sort of recommendations for a citizen, but who carries their documentation to prove their citizenship, right? So, you know, how would you respond so that possibly you might not be subject to arrest or a confrontation? If you're undocumented, how would you respond? And this presentation is called Know Your Rights. And so everybody has certain rights, but the simple fact is that if you're a citizen, you have more constitutional rights than you do if you're a non-citizen. One thing that's universal, for instance, if you're driving and law enforcement officer, any jurisdiction asks for you to produce a driver's license, you have to produce a driver's license or you're involved. So anyway, I'm happy to share some of those. But we've been sharing them freely with colleges, schools, people that call, that kind of thing. In the last 24 hours, we've heard from most of our cities, a lot of other concerned citizens, mostly jurisdictions, because we woke up this new cycle. Those of you who are up at 2 or 3 in the morning suddenly go, oh, they're going to stop all federal funding for any payments for any kind of loans or programs that's not yet been dispensed. And to be honest, we're still trying to figure out what this is going to mean. I believe before the end of the day, I heard a rumor that the federal judge might put a stop to that. Is that stop? Okay. But you know, never say never. Things like this have happened in other jurisdictions. I can't remember in my political public service 40 years a time when they happened with such rapidity, but this could all change. That's the kind of thing that will probably go to the Supreme Court. It can go flip-flop back and forth. So I would say I've been telling jurisdictions that are depending on federal funding how to watch this carefully. You may have promised the money, haven't received the money or been obligated yet. Who knows, right? And I don't say that cavalierly. We don't know what this is. So there is some jeopardy there too, for things that you might have thought 48 hours ago had a certainty. You know, monies that you were going to get for R and did not expect that. You know, I'm not saying those are in jeopardy, but other things, right? Grants, earmarks, that kind of. So we are studying that.
Let me just pause you for a moment. I think is the 3 minutes not working? I want to be fair to everybody, make sure everybody has.
Yeah, I think we hit the 3 minutes.
I think we need the 3 minutes.
It's up to you.
5 seconds there.
I think that's all I would say.
Okay.
Talk about the events and what's going on. But thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Maybe more couple comments. Okay, I think our 3 minutes being working out. Go ahead.
My love.
Yep. Maybe get your extra last time.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Jerry Gamilla. And I came to reassert the idea that we need to be careful about how we are handling the immigrant issue. I want to correct a couple of things that were said in the last city council meeting that are relevant. One is that the idea that the ICE and the Border Patrol is only looking for criminals. The czar of the border czar, Tom Homan, in a recent interview said, and I quote, "If you cross the border, you're a criminal, regardless of what you've done anything or not." Unquote. And you do it in a public interview. That means that anything, regardless of whether you're a rapist, father, whatever that's, you're still subject to being hauled away. The second thing I'd like to point out is the raids that are occurring nationwide are in mass. Recently in New Jersey, a veteran citizen was hauled away. In Arizona, a colleague of mine was doing protection of immigrant rights, was arrested and held for a couple of days, just because he was part of the sweep. So it's indiscriminate. It's akin to 1938, 1939 jury. Pretty soon, if you look like me, they're gonna ask you to put an armband on, or maybe a tattoo, to say you don't belong. Are we really that country? Are we really that in denial that immigrants make the backbone of this country? I urge you to, and I know it's still up for discussion, but I urge you to critically look at how our voice, by doing the resolution of us being a sanctuary city, will send a message to those persons that are out working daily. When you drive down Highway 65 and you see people picking oranges, imagine who they are. It's not you, it's not me, it's immigrants. The people that bring the food to your table is not you, it's not me, it's immigrants. And not only that, if it affects the idea of their ability not to deliver food, what does that mean then to their ability to shop? Already I'm hearing reports of people stopping taking their kids to school because they're afraid of being picked up by immigration or ICE. People are stopping going to markets. Well, that affects Lindsay's economy as well. So we need to be careful, and we need to be out front about our feelings as a community. We must protect our community. We must defend our community. And we do that in this stage of the game by proclamation. And the last thing I would like to point out is that our sheriff, nice man, I'm sure, has openly spoken against immigrants. So the idea that he is sensitive and will not take any action against us is, well, I wouldn't want to call him a liar, but his actions speak louder than his words. And he has been anti-immigrant for quite some time. So again, please consider this. Please propose a document that makes us a sanctuary city. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lisa Casada. The city of Lindsay has been my home for nearly 2 decades. And in the time, I have met some of the most humble, kind, and hardworking individuals in my life. The previous activities fall very short and can be considered and understand the overwhelming value and impact that these individuals create for our great city day after day. I would like to speak about how the Lindsay townspeople made me work matter. My work line crosses the lives of many Lindsay residents each day. Never have I witnessed such an powerful crowd of people looking to progress in the direction of positive changes in our city. Loyal volunteers that provide access to food for those that experience security, a voice for those who are silenced, and a way to spread news of the services that benefit the whole community who fish extensively here in Lindsay. Furthermore, I would like to mention this very crucial fact. More than half of our community members contribute to our ramped up agriculture presence in the state and the county. These hard workers in the fields pick many of the crops and nourishes our bodies each time they are served in our dinner tables. Because of this, I'd like to remind you, everyone in person, about what is a sanctuary city. A sanctuary city limits the cooperation with the national government to enforce laws in immigration. The policies of a sanctuary city includes the portion of undocumented immigrants who have no previous criminal records substantively. We're talking about human beings that have families and roots for all their family members, like you and me. Human beings that work hard every day to contribute more in different kinds of values for our society, just like you and me. Want to know what difference exists between those human beings compared to you and me? That they have a life in fear every day because of the unfair circumstances playing against them. That they woke up thinking they will be under the same roof as their family or loved ones the next time. Let me remind you that these people possess the ability to make a great economy, a social impact in our country and our county, including our community. turning your back in these people, will result in irreversible damages to their families, but also profound trauma, anguish, uncertainty, fear, and may inflate into a child and their future. So I pray you that you consider my statement that speaks for the thoughts of these of many others. After all, Lindsay would not be the great without the presence and contribution of these people. Thank you for your time. Now I would like to say it in Spanish, since we don't have translation here for all the people who are here.
It's up to you, if you would like.
You know what, all right,
La ciudad de Lindsay ha sido mi hogar durante casi 2 décadas. Y en este tiempo he conocido a algunas de las personas más humildes, amables y trabajadoras de mi vida. Los adjetivos anteriores se quedan cortos y pueden considerarse una eufemismo por el abrumador valor e impacto que estas personas crean para nuestra gran ciudad día tras día. Me gustaría hablar sobre cómo la gente del pueblo de Lindsay hace un trabajo importante. Mi línea de trabajo cruza las vidas de muchos residentes de Lindsay todos los días. Nunca he sido testigo de una multitud tan empoderada de personas que buscan progresar en la dirección de un cambio positivo para nuestra ciudad. Los voluntarios reales que brindan acceso a alimentos para aquellos que experimentan inseguridad alimenticia. Una vez para aquellos que son silenciados y forman de difundir noticias sobre servicios que benefician a la comunidad y florecen ampliamente aquí en Lindsay. Además, me gustaría mencionar este hecho crucial. Más de la mitad de los miembros de nuestra comunidad contribuyen a nuestra presencia agrícola desenfrenada en el estado y en el país. Estas personas trabajadoras recogen muchos de los cultivos de que nuestros cuerpos consumen cada vez que se sirven en nuestra mesa. Debido a esto, me gustaría recordarles a todos los presentes lo que es una ciudad santuario. Una ciudad santuario limita su cooperación con el gobierno nacional para hacer cumplir las leyes sobre inmigración. Las políticas de las ciudades santuario reducen sustancialmente las deportaciones de inmigrantes indocumentados que no tienen antecedentes penales. Estamos hablando de seres humanos que tienen familias y sueños para todos sus miembros de la familia, como tú y como yo. Seres humanos que nos levantamos cada día para aportar formas de valor a nuestra sociedad, como tú y como yo. ¿Quieres saber qué diferencia existe entre esos seres humanos, entre tú y yo? Que tienen que vivir con miedo todos los días, debido a las circunstancias injustas que se les atribuyen, que se despiertan pensando si estarán bajo el mismo techo que su familia, o seres queridos que la próxima vez que despierten tal vez no estén ahí. Permítanme recordarles que estas personas poseen la capacidad de tener un gran impacto económico y social para este país, incluida nuestra comunidad. Dar la espalda a estas personas resultará en un daño irreversible al tejido de nuestra economía y redes sociales. Y no solo eso, pero también un profundo trauma, angustia, incertidumbre y miedo que se reflejará en nuestros hijos y en nuestro futuro. Por lo tanto, les ruego que consideren mi declaración por hablar por los pensamientos y las vidas de muchos otros. Después de todo, Lindsay no sería tan grande sin la presencia y la contribución de estas personas. Gracias.
thank you. Any other public comments?
I would like to start off by saying I am sure you have good intentions regarding your proposal to make Lindsay a sanctuary city. However, by declaring Lindsay a sanctuary city, safe haven, you are putting the safety and quality of life of your own citizens at risk. Sanctuary cities harbor criminals, creating a dangerous environment for your citizens. This will open the city up to criminals to seek safety within the community, knowing the Lindsay Police Department will be mandated to stand down when it comes to removing or reporting criminals, because this will tie their hands to do the job they took on oath to serve and protect citizens of the United States of America. I don't understand the need to declare Lindsay a sanctuary city when the whole state of California is already a sanctuary state? Where do you plan on housing them and feeding those who will come seeking sanctuary? Where's the money going to come from? Pursuant to section 287G agreements, police officers who meet the federal training standards are authorized to enforce federal immigration laws. Federal laws take precedence over state and local laws. Sanctuary cities violate federal immigration laws, which says no state or local government may prohibit or in any way restrict local officials, which are police officers, from communicating with immigration authorities about a person's immigration status, or law enforcement officers will most likely face pressure from both sides of the spectrum regarding how to enforce sanctuary policies, leading to internal conflicts and community tensions. Pre-exemption refers to laws at one level of government taking precedence over laws of a lower level. As such, no entity as the lower level can pass a law that allows action that would violate the higher level law. Federal laws take precedence over state and local laws. With that being said, you took an oath to maintain, enforce laws, and to protect the citizens of the city. Did you not? If it's okay for you to break laws, does that give the citizens a right as well? We can harbor criminals and no charges brought against us. I know it's hard not to feel compassion for the innocent people caught up in the destructive policies of the later administration, but it has to be done to save our country. I pray that God and your conscience will guide you all in making the right moral decision to protect and defend the people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we know your name?
Yeah, are they supposed to state their name?
Yes, thank you.
It's not required, but it's encouraged.
Okay. Do we have any more public comments?
I'm here to talk about item number 11 on the agenda. Good evening. Wonderful mayor, council,
We would take the public comment for that at the time of the item.
We'll take a public comment at the time we, have that.
So if it's listed as an action item, we'll take
Okay.
public comment for that one specifically. If it's consent calendar, then now would be the time.
Okay.
Is it for the Economic Development Committee ones? Okay, so at that time, we'll ask.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Stone. I'm with the Lindsay Chamber of Commerce. On a lighter note, this Saturday night at 6 o'clock, we have our 111th Chamber Awards night. And I know many of you will be there. It's also for everybody behind me. We still have tickets available. We'll be honoring many good people, few great people in the city of Lindsay that make this a great place to live. Lindsay's a great place to live. Been here for, worked here, lived here for a combination of about 20 years. I've served with many of you in different capacities. Sergeant Heights was my go-to when I needed some help on campus. And Lindsay's a wonderful place. And this Saturday, we get to celebrate a lot of great people doing a lot of great things. And so we look forward to seeing many of you there. We still have tickets available Saturday night. We look forward to a great night together. So if any of you have any questions about the event, we still have tickets available. I'll be here so you can ask. I'll let thank you guys.
What time is it start?
6 o'clock. Well, the doors open at 5. Doors open at 5. The event actually starts at 6.
Thank you.
You're gonna be there, right?
I'm a major there.
Got you on the agenda.
Do we have any more public comment? No?
Hi, I'm Noah Richardson. I work for insurance for Medicare as well as Medicare for the physically disabled folks. I'm trying to finish school and also understand our economy. So I thought a good question would be, what does Lindsay do to help fill, say, potholes or water consumption or food or sources? I wanted to know the way that a member of Lindsay or, just a normal citizen would go about going through so that they can see what they can ask the city for help for. What is the processes and then what does it help with? What is it, how long does it take from whenever I ask the city to fix something, or if it is even reasonable to ask, or if I can even ask.
Well, I would love to sit down and talk to you, but I don't think this is the time. I could give you my email if you stay afterwards or my phone number, and at the beginning, guys would love to speak to you on, answer some of those questions. All right. You know? Any more public comments? I think we're at the 5 minute mark of 30 minutes.
Good evening. Yeah, 3 minutes? Yeah. Always tough to be long.
Did the
real
button
quick.
turn off?
There you
There you go.
It's very now. There you go. Hi, my name is Josh Flowers and, I'm actually from Strathmore, California. My wife works in Lindsay, the majority of her working days, so, what goes on in Lindsay has a great deal of concern for me. I wanna make sure she stays safe. Okay, so, the reason why I'm here is, I actually represent a couple of different, nonprofits, and one's Blessings of Liberty. And we actually found that in order to make sure we secure people's liberties and rights, and it was actually established with the COVID period. And then also La Gente, which is another nonprofit that we use in order to bring people together in order to make sure that everybody's rights are actually secured. Now, the conversation here today, and I heard it already a couple times, I think, regarding the sanctuary city. I was surprised when I saw that proposal come across the newspaper article a couple weeks ago in the Public Reporter. And it gives me great concern because it is a lawless act, right? We're going to use our emotions and we're going to try to shield everybody. And we're actually going to go against our oath of office. And that is what really concerns me today, is that as elected officials, you're going to swear to uphold the state, but you're also going to uphold the Constitution. And in that Constitution, it's pretty well laid out on what a citizen is. And I have no beef against anybody, but at the same token, what the concern here is if we call it a sanctuary city, what we're talking is a form of secession. And that's what we're talking about. And that leads to violence, it leads to lawlessness. And that's what led us into the Civil War of our time. So I would be very cautious in leading with this direction. I think you have to use your platform, stand up and convince the voters why we need to change direction if that's the case. But I'm going to tell you, on the other side of it, our financial institutions are in a dire need right now. We're $34 trillion in debt. That's $102,000 per person, including babies, of debt that is owed before they even get going in life. So as a financial side of things, we have to understand that we're fighting for more than just a group of people. We're fighting for our country right now. Now, I hope you guys can understand that and understand that there's more to this than just the emotional reaction that we're going to say this, because we honestly don't have any rights. Now, our sheriff came out just the other day and he said, listen, if ICE came in and they are going to go after criminals, we're not going to get in the way of that. But we're not going to go looking for this in our county, and that's a correct statement. So I just encourage you to reconsider this. Make sure that we just take this approach and we stay with the course of the law. So thank you.
Thank you. We have one more minute. One more. I think right over 30 minutes.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me another.
Oh.
You guys can, that's up to you.
Good evening, ladies. Man of the council. My name is Billy Harrison, and Lindsay has been a big part of my life, even though I live in Stratton. My mom worked at the Bank of America, my dad worked for John Health. My first school was Jefferson Elementary, way back in the 60s. And I got to see Lindsay go through its greater points. Also, they've gone through its lower points, you know, and to me, Lindsay is one of the best beautiful cities, and they also have one of the best school systems, I think, in the county. But, you know, it took everybody to do this. And my main concern, with this topic, and I know it's a sensitive subject. And with that being said, we can't let tunnel vision get in the way and impede our law enforcement, because what's really concerning me is that with their hands being restrained, it's gonna put their lives at risk, as long as, the people and our citizens as well. Also, we have to take a look at, financial impact. You know, what's this gonna cost the city? Everybody's struggling, you know, and we came in out of a bad time. We have a president that's trying to get our country back together and try to form the people back together. And, if we try to hide these people in these little pockets here and there and call it sanctuary cities, I mean, is that something we really want to do? But I think we ought to take a real good hard look at things before we jump through that hoop there. So, but I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all it for our public comment. We're gonna move on to, council reports. Anybody want to make reports? Let's go with the. There you go.
It's good to see everybody here, and I have no report.
Thank you everybody for coming. I really do appreciate it. First off, the comment. Gracias a todos por asistir. Me da mucho gusto mirar a todos. Tenemos estas juntas cada 2 semanas. Yo hablo español. Si tienen alguna pregunta antes de las juntas, la tienda, platicar conmigo, siempre estoy abierto a platicar. I really do appreciate it now. Public comment is taken seriously. And I want to report on the agencies that I participated in. I was part of the recent Color Water System Agency. It was my first meeting, getting my bearings, talking about water, how we were not in the drought. That's the direction we're heading since we have actually rain. Talking about the various issues, governing our water, the allocations. It's a lot to wrap my head around. Board of directors. So that was yesterday. I popped into the TCRTA meeting as well, so I missed there. And that was good to have some of the people. So I appreciate that. And I also attended the Lindsay Wellness Center programming meeting at the Wellness Center, which I will be nothing at some point by somebody. And it was great to hear of the projects that trying to work on the Wellness Center. Some of the community activities that are going to be available to us. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out. I also participated last week in the Found training. Or I take my elected position very seriously, and so going through that training allows me to understand what we can do as far as communicating with each other whenever we have to repeat ourselves and we can't actually even be in the room sometimes when it comes to conflict of interest. So I really appreciate the city providing that training for me, and it's giving me better guidance as far as how to behave online, with text, and in general as a person. So those are the type of things that I participated in. I also was part of the Scammers board meeting on the weekend. We're gearing up to have our season that starts in late April and it goes through about the 4th of July or before. We had 46, I believe, participants last year. We're trying to double it, trying to reach 80 children. It's an 18 and under league. It's really fast. It's about 6 weeks total. And as long as you're 4, you can swim across and there's gonna be opportunities to learn.
you can participate. It's a great opportunity to enjoy our wellness center, to enjoy some fun in the sun, see your children, your grandchildren, your cousins, and participate. So we're trying to get to 80. So appreciate that and that.
Yes. Who's moving around a lot?
Okay. Well, I wasn't gonna say anything, however, this divisiveness that we have right now, just in this room, it kind of gives me pause, and I reflect on something that Rosanna and I did, the prior weekend. We went to Pasadena to, volunteer. And we saw so much of the community helping each other. And I just wish we could have that here.
Thank you. Councilwoman May.
Hi, thank you. I attended my first Lindsay Economic Development Committee meeting. That's a long one. Sorry. It's very, I'm very grateful for the people who have, taken the time from, their day and volunteered to be a part of this committee, and we're just getting started. So, I was able to be there for a little bit. I also attended, Lindsay High School senior interviews, which it's a great opportunity to see what these seniors are doing. So that was really nice. Last week I attended the Boys and Girls Club mixer in Exeter. As if I have a lot of time on my hands, I am reaching out to Boys and Girls Club of California to see what we can do about bringing something like that to Lindsay. It is a lot of grant funded. There's a lot of stuff that we need, a place and a lot of a building, but we have a lot of kids. So I think we're good. We're good with the kids. We have those that can go and can. What's unfortunate is that the Lindsay Unified School District has lost some funding. So there's a limited number of kids that can attend the after school program. So we have a lot of kids that are not, we don't know what they're doing after school. And there's like this time between the time they get out of school and the time the parents get home from work. So I thought this is a perfect idea, or at least just kind of start the ball rolling. I spoke to a couple of directors and they're connecting me with the director in Hanford. And Strathmore just got a Boys and Girls Club not too long ago, so we can do this too. And I am glad to report that attendance is actually higher at the school district this year than it was last year. So that says a lot about our school district, that our kids feel safe and our parents feel safe to send their kids to school. So I think that is a really big deal, that our kids are at school and safe.
Present. Thank you, guys. Good evening. First off, I want to welcome our Lindsay adult and some of our learners are here, and some of my students from my class are also here. So welcome. I attended the TCAG, which has to do with like transportation, and the TCRTA. I'm still learning. That was my first actual meeting, so there was a lot of information given. So as I attend them, I'll report back with more stuff that'll be very beneficial for Lindsay. I attended the Healthy Start. I met with the Healthy Start organization. They do a lot for our community. And then today I met with VitaPack, a big company here in Lindsay that uses is it the highest employment that they provide here in Lindsay? Yeah, so I just learned a lot, and I just want to give kudos to Joseph. He knows his stuff. He sat there. He ran the meeting. He had all his notes, all of the laws, the permit laws, and stuff like that. So that was pretty awesome. I also want to give a shout out to Varela's Boxing. We're gonna have I didn't write his name down. I should have wrote his name down there. He's gonna be boxing in March and representing Lindsay. So I'm gonna you guys posted on that because he's Lindsay. So I just wanna I wasn't gonna say this, you didn't want to say it. The article that was put out in the newspaper really you know how, I don't know if you guys know how media is. It was just an issue that our community members brought to attention, and it was just a discussion. There was nothing was made, nothing was, ever said. It was just what they wrote. Everybody assumed that city council went and was gonna make this whole thing. It was just discussion. It's still up for discussion, so, I just wanna make that clear that I don't believe all the media. Thank you. So, we're gonna move on to, staff update. We're gonna start off with city services.
So mine's pretty short. Just an update on all of them. It's continuing. They are, if you drive by there, you'll see them out there doing work and still on task for the timeline that was originally set. This week I got to go, or last week I got to go to the Civics Club at the high school with Mr. Cerna and got to speak for about 30 minutes with the Civics Club, kind of explaining city services, what we do, and different funding sources.
What's the timeline for the volleyball?
So we're looking at about the end of June, early July. There is one issue with a well that's on site that's going to supply some of the shrubbery there. So that one component may be a little bit longer. End of June, July is what we're looking at.
So if they plan to have some baseballs and all that's still possible, or I know it's gonna come up on this case.
I believe their season, I'm honest here, but I think their season typically starts kind of March, April.
Yeah, February, till about May.
Yeah,
So
I know there was discussion using Harvard Park and, maybe even linking up with the school district, so still have that for the programs.
yeah, I believe Armando's tried reaching out at some point, but I don't know if there's been any communication yet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Next is finance. Welcome.
Good evening, council. Finance has a lot going on. USDA audit response is due on Thursday. They would like to set up a meeting with the city manager, finance director, and council once they receive the response. So I will plan on submitting that Thursday, and then I'll reach out to you once they give us some dates to choose from. The annual reporting disclosures are due on February 14th. Our state audit corrective action plan is due on February 17th. The budget continues to be monitored to identify deficit spending. Working to set up another trip for the auditors to come back and complete last year's audit, as that is still outstanding. And we will start working on budget planning once the audit has been completed for prior year for next year. And we will continue to set up the new financial system.
Thank you. Human resources.
Right, good evening, council. Just a quick couple of updates in regards to recruitment. So we will be interviewing tomorrow for our part-time recreation one opening. So got those all set up for Armando and his staff. I am in the process of bringing on our first returning round of lifeguards for this season. So aiming on getting cleared for early March start timeframe. So that way they're ready to go for it as we start coming up. And then we do continue to have open recruitment for police officers. And then you guys will see as well that we just posted today fire engineer apparatus position as well that will be recruiting for also. In addition to recruitment, I will be working this week with our insurance carriers for ACA reporting, which is the Affordable Care Act. We have enough full-time employees on the book that we are required to file for 1095s. So I'll be working with them to make sure that is completed, filed with the state, and then those will get sent out to all of our staff as well. And then just to reiterate a couple things, in regards to the federal, state, and OSHA compliance items, I just want to make sure that all council on the same page. We were out of compliance since about 2022. That was prior to obviously me taking over HR. So I just want to make sure you guys are aware that I've got a plan in place that will not be taking place. Everything will be in compliance moving forward as well. And that is what I have.
You have a question for this?
The first audit that you brought up, the USDA audit, is that like a recurring one, or is that to correct the audit from findings?
So that is a response that we have to provide because our audits, like I was explaining in our last meeting, the audit cycle, it opens up whenever you have audit findings for other audits to question and to pose those questions. So USDA took our last audit and found those findings, but they had additional questions, so we have to provide the response. They will want to meet with us, and you guys have to input that.
So the one you're gonna submit by Thursday, that's.
Any other questions?
We good? Let's move on to public safety.
Well, Lance kind of stole my thunder on things that are going on. But, yeah, we do have the open, recruitment, it's open up for the fire today. Police officers is opening, but we're getting ready to start assembling this, for hire on that. So we'll be getting Lance to start, doing some things with that. So, we have a current opening and anticipating, at least a couple more openings in the near future. For public safety, so we want to start kind of getting ahead on it, but it does take some time. Recruitment, hiring process. The firefighter just opened, like I said, today, we'll only have it for probably a couple weeks. Because our firefighter, Brandon Diaz, will be leaving, I think his last day is the 3rd, and that cuts us down to only 2 full-time firefighters, so that gets a little dicey. So that's pretty much, we're working on a few other things. Nothing very important, because it's as usual, getting things moving forward. And I'm always open to any questions on that you guys have.
Thank you. Questions?
I just wanted to let you know that Sergeant Riley delivered the coats that were donated by Valley Care today. And we already started distributing them. And I've contacted all the counselors and we're gonna start kind of divvying them up in the school district. But I gotta really keep them for you guys. So thank you.
All good things.
Any other questions? No. Let's move on to recreation services.
The mayor, couple had.
And last but not least, city manager report.
Good evening.
I'll keep this very short this evening, just a couple of things. The 15th of this month, I met with Ted Small and Ben Trimble, CTAC. They came over to do their sort of annual check-in with the city. They do that with all of the city managers. Just to talk about digital transportation projects and different funding. They are excited about what's happening in Lindsay and our neighbors to assist us anyway. So, yeah, bring more back on that. And then on Thursday, the 16th, I had another meeting with Living Waters Plant. As I previously explained to council, they recently acquired across the street, and they are in the process of doing some expansion, and they are looking to expand their services and develop meaningful partnerships here in the community. And to memorialize that partnership, they would like to put together a memorandum of understanding similar to the one we have with the Lindsay Unified School District. And so we're kind of working to figure out what the language will look like in that. Bring that back to council for this. And then on the 23rd, we did have our first economic development, official economic development. It was a very productive meeting. We gave the new committee a synopsis of sort of where we left off. The original group, and want to really build off of some of the ideas that were put into place. There were some great ideas that came out of that meeting, and we'll be bringing some of that back to council for discussion at some point. One of the items that we discussed from the very start was the need to support our local businesses, and specifically the small businesses and those who may be interested in doing a startup business in Lindsay. And so one of the things that came out of this past meeting is our city clerk put together a link on the city's website, and it's just a local business resources page. There's some really great information on there that folks can go to if they have if they have a need for assistance running their business, or if they're new to the area, or they're trying to start a business. So as we move forward with this is just sort of a trial run, but the intent would be to build off of this page and provide more resources as they come in. And that will conclude my report.
Thank you. Yeah, Joe has a question.
For that website, your sources, is it provide bookings that are available or?
Right now, it's limited to just a link for the Lindsay Chamber of Commerce, and then the Small Business Development Center. We don't have that much information there yet, but hopefully we'll get there.
So if you're navigating the website, the resources tab, and you see it up right, it is linked under that.
Oh.
Yeah.
We want to consent the calendar, the routine items included in the motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar to be discussed and voted upon by a separate motion. So do we have a motion to approve?
A motion to approve the consent.
I would like to pull 10.1.
10.4?
So we will approve the rest of the consent
Okay,
calendar.
so
and then
we'll,
visit that one.
so we'll approve everything but 10.4. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Get some more clarification on that.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second. We have a motion to approve consent calendar except for 10.4 from Councilmember Soria, second from Councilmember Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to the action items.
Now you move to review 10.4.
So we're gonna review 10.4. Adopt a resolution 0.5-03 directing city manager to negotiate the sale of surplus water to members of the East Korea Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Action of the committee.
Yeah, well, I have a question regarding this. Who decides how much we sell and for how much? And is it taking into account our new neighborhoods that are coming in or our new home housing?
Yeah, so basically we get an allotment of water from the Frank Kern Canal every year. That's something that around this time of year, we start looking at the forecast with the Frank Kern to see what our allotment's gonna be. At about the 6-month mark, it used to be the former Director of City Services, now the consultant, to really look at where we are at in our usage for the year and try to determine how much surplus water that we would have. So the actual determination of how much water we would have at sale would be through that consultant. The actual rate of how much it would be sold for, that would be something that would be negotiated by the city manager through a negotiating process.
And who is the consultant?
QK would be as our city engineer and our consultant.
Did they take into account the new construction, the housing?
So again, it would only apply for this fiscal year, or for this water year. Every year is in and of itself. So if the sale would be done in this year and completed in this year. So it wouldn't really affect, say, if a subdivision is coming in, but it's not here yet, it wouldn't be affected this year. We, as part of the water feasibility study that was done in 2023, we have a request for a technical memo that was done with Provost and Richard that they're waiting to finalize. And it's basically a will serve document that what it'll do is it's looking at our allotment from the Frank Kern. It looks at well 14, well 15, and then it also kind of incorporates what we believe will come in with well 15 It looks at all the subdivisions that have been proposed for the city, and once finalized, that'll come in front of council to try to inform council of what our available water supply would be, for council when you're approving new subdivisions, industry, commercial, all of those things. So this item here really only affects this year, but it's really, I think, kind of what your question, my understanding is, when we bring that final document before council, that's really what you're kind of asking, is that's gonna tell council how much water you have, for new development. And then say a new development was brought in, if we did this again, it would look at that calendar year of water sale again, taking into consideration that.
Well, because at one time, I believe it was last year or a year and a half ago, they said, our prior city manager actually said that we may not have enough water for new development. That's why I'm kind of iffy about this, but I just wanted it on record that the consultant was the one that decided this.
So this is not, historically, we have sold about 800 to 1,000 cubic acre feet. That is something when the consultant is making this determination, that yes, they would only sell a surplus water. They wouldn't sell more water than, like, to leave the city short, basically. So when you talk about, do we have enough water for development? It's kind of always a guessing game. You don't know exactly how much water is going to be used, within a calendar year, or something varies. So they do calculations to try to determine how much water we would have available to be surplus. And that's the kind of the calculation that they're doing. So
they took that into consideration when they made this decision.
so the calculation hasn't been determined yet. This is authorizing them to do a calculation. If they determine that there's no surplus water, then we wouldn't sell any surplus water. If they determine that there is surplus water, this would authorize the city manager to negotiate that sale.
Bringing funding in, Lindsay, where?
Any funds after we pay for the cost of the water to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, that money would go into the general fund. I'm sorry, not the general fund, it would go into the water.
And so we have the information over the past, say, 4 or 5 years. Have we sold any water?
I believe last year, I think it was $132,000 in the water fund.
So this is not the first time we've sold water.
Correct. It's happened in previous.
Yeah, but this is the first time that we have a new subdivision.
What is it? We sell out the more.
So again, it's only for this year. We would go then the allotment next year. If we don't use the allotment, if we don't process that water from the canal, then it's not like we have a storage for that water. So if the subdivision,
That we have enough water for that subdivision.
What is it a calendar year for the water, or is it a fiscal year?
so it runs from March 1st to February 20th.
So I have a question. So once it's calculated that we have surplus water, right, it's calculated. And then down the road, we're like, in a couple of months, we're like, wait a minute, it's not right, or it's miscalculated. Can those numbers change, or do we still have to sell what we said we were gonna sell? We still have to sell that, or can we be like, wait a minute, we don't have enough water?
So typically this is sold at the end of the cycle. So
Oh, okay.
it's not on, so say it starts March 1st, we wouldn't be selling water necessarily on March 1st.
Okay.
We sell it at the end of the year, so we can look at, what has been our usage for the last 6 months, what has been the usage for the last 8 months, and that's how they're basing the calculations. So obviously, because again, you know, it fluctuates depending on the time of year, it fluctuates depending on the weather, a lot of factors, and that's why we outsource that out.
Thank you, Ryan, for the clarification.
You'd have to vote on this one separate.
Okay, so can I get a, do we have a motion for 10.4?
I move that we adopt resolution 25.
We have a motion from Councilmember Nave, a second from Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Soria. Mayor Pro Tem Flores.
Aye.
Mayor Villarreal.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we're moving on to action items. The Lindsay Economic Development Meeting member selected. Actions. We have an applicant here, please.
So there are two applicants, Hippolito Saros and Anita Guzman. I know Hippolito is here. I'm not sure if Anita is. Yes, she is. Okay. So their applications are attached to your staff report for review, and they are also available if you'd like to answer questions.
Do I take public comment right now?
You can if you want.
Continue, Daniel, public comment? For action item 11.1.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and please staff. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself this evening. My name is Anita Gustafson. One of the applicants for the opening for the Continuing Production Committee. I just wanted to share my commitment to revitalizing Lindsay downtown area. Revitalization is something that we can all achieve together. The downtown is where businesses can thrive and neighbors can come together, and we can showcase our city's unique character. My background, proud resident of Lindsay for 35 years. Kids went to school here. Currently, I am retired with the city of Porterville, and I was employed there for over 20 years. At this time, though, I've come out of retirement and just as the city of Porterville finance director with some of the purchasing there and the hiring of new personnel, the training, and then just various students that are required in finance. Over the years, I've gained some hands-on experience with municipalities, purchasing and finance. I also worked at the Chamber of Commerce many years ago, the Lindsay Chamber of Commerce, which allowed me to work on meaningful projects. For instance, like the Chamber of Commerce used to do the Orange Blossom Festival back in those days. Now it has its own community. So all these experiences have taught me the importance of fiscal responsibility. Helping the departments manage the budgets, ensuring they maintain procurement process. So I'm just really excited about the opportunity to make a difference, and would be honored to work alongside the council, the staff, city staff, the committee, and the people of Lindsay. With hard work, collaboration, and a shared vision, I think we can create a downtown that is not only beautiful, but vibrant source of pride for everyone in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. You hear any more public comments?
Yeah. Alright, I didn't realize how typos these were in there. Good evening, if I may, I made a little pamphlet and I approached, you know. That one's for you. Let me get my timer. Every second counts. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, city staff, and members of the committee. My name is Hippolyta Rosero, and I'm one of the applicants for the EDC committee. I'm here before you, before I go into my, a bit about myself and my vision, I just want to say I read your application and I was so impressed with your background, so regardless of who's chosen, I know that EDC committee has really good members, so that's in your service. My name is again Hippolyta Rosero, and about me, I've been born and raised here in the city of Lindsay, graduated Lindsay High School in 2016, went off to Davis, UC Davis, where I got my bachelor's degree in science and technology studies. I did emphasis in data analysis and media technologies. I also have a minor in management and political science. Most recently, I got a certificate from Harvard University in public policy. And I also served on the city council. But I have, yeah, about a month and a half ago, I finished my 4-year term. I wanted to share some key accomplishments that I think really highlight the skills that I could bring to this committee. First and foremost, I chaired the science ad hoc committee. So I assessed the municipal code and kind of polished it up to ensure that economic development prospers in the downtown area. I also had my annual meetings with our elected representatives from the state, local, and federal level, which helped bring in some funding to some extent. I was also an intern with California State Senator Louis Hurtado, where I helped draft the appropriations package, brought in some ideas. And lastly, I was an intern for the United States Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C., where I worked with mayors from across the country, specifically on how they use their ARPA funds to revitalize the downtown. Lastly, I tapped into my skills in grant writing, and in 3 months, I secured over $65,000 for a nonprofit called United League Foundation. So I'm sure that a member of this committee can help bring some grant writing experience to that role. I have 2 missions for the committee. My first mission is to help introduce ideas that create a vibrant downtown in order to promote sustainability, economic development, and the arts. And my second mission for the committee is to bring solution-oriented ideas to the city council so you guys can all address the most complex problems and mitigate any unintended consequences from current and future policies and developments that happen. A few of my visions that I sort of have for the committee is to bring vibrancy to the arts and culture. So I help secure funding for the marquee there downtown. I also help JD have his first concert there. So it'd be really nice to see that theater have a lot more activity and movement in that extent. I'd also like to make policy recommendations to hold key players accountable. During my role as a city council member, I really wanted to invest in the downtown in various forms. One thing that I wish I would push more on is liens on properties, to really push these downtown properties to their sellers to develop. And as a committee member, I think I can focus fully on that and help lift off some of the weight that you guys have. They really only have 4 seconds? Oh, okay. Lastly, I want to highlight some skills. Just give me 10 seconds. Okay, so financial oversight. I know how the budget of the city works. I know where it's been, where it's going, where any constraints of economic development. I work with retail strategies. I have data analysis. I know consumer trends, demographic data. I can make visualization to really accurate and collect good data. I know what's in the municipal code and what's needed to be updated and polished up. I have in-depth experience, and lastly, I love our city. I want to continue my role as a public servant, and hopefully, I'm added as a member of the committee. Thank you for your time. And I'll just say, it's actually really nervous talking to you here. I didn't realize it there, but here I'm not. Yeah, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? This would be a tough one. Bitch, I won. No,
Those 3 minutes fly by.
You have to update the bylaws if you want to add more people. The bylaws say 5.
You can add us both.
I know, they're just saying we have to change the bylaws.
Okay.
But it would have to call.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you guys, I don't know. Yeah,
I'm just thinking like anybody willing to help our city is able to help our city. I don't know. I know.
Can't you have an alternate?
Yeah, I selected the word one, that was really tough, I don't know if I do. So one.
So if we change the bylaws, we wouldn't be able to fill the vacancy today, or could we fill it and then fill it again? I'm not sure how that would work.
You guys can, there's a couple different ways you can handle it. You can pick one today and then make a commitment to bring the
bylaws back at the next meeting and fill that extra spot that you want to, or you push the entire thing off to the next meeting.
Would we have to re-advertise for the vacancy, for the new position? Yeah.
What are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you, okay. What do you, yeah, Joe?
I really like the enthusiasm of each of you. I can tell that you really care about Lindsay, and I really do appreciate your willingness to give us your time, volunteer your time. Time is one of the only commodities we have that's not common. And the fact that you're willing to take the time to be here today, in consideration, to do a presentation, to submit the application.
I agree, so I think we're all agreeing, just change the bylaws, so you both can come on board.
So you're not going to pick someone tonight, or do you want to pick one and then bring the bylaws back?
Me personally, my opinion, I would want both. Because I
At the same time?
that both of them bring a lot of experience, enthusiasm,
Agree,
ready to go.
another
They're both
willing,
here. They both spoke very well. I can tell they're committed. So I wouldn't want to pick one. I would want both of them.
do they just have to resubmit their stuff, is that what they would have to do?
No, I can keep their applications
Okay.
on file. We would have to change the bylaws, and then we'll apply the new vacancy. And then at that time, we would bring both of them back to a point if you
Okay.
wanted to do that.
Alright, that's, the route we wanna go.
Do they still have quorum for the?
Yes.
So they have it right now? They don't-
Yeah, we had a meeting already with 4 of them.
Okay, so that's what we're choosing to do, change the bylaws. Thank you, Megan.
Do they need a vote for that? Do they need a vote, or is that just like a consensus to bring that back?
It would be a request to future item, so consensus is fine.
Okay.
I mean, there could be, yeah. I mean, that's always the issue with even numbers. So I mean, that might. Yeah, I mean, it's either that or you guys bump it up to 7, so.
Bump it up to 7. That's kind of tough, like, you want people to want to come in and do the Lindsay, you know? I mean, can you change the law to 6? That's my favorite number. Yeah, okay, let's, you do your thing, Megan, and then you come back and, but you two, welcome. Oh, not yet.
So,
I appreciate you guys. I know.
just to confirm, it was 6.
We'll go for 6.
Okay.
But however you have to do it to make sure that, you know, it's safe for the city, you know, legally and stuff like that, so.
Well, it's not necessarily about safekeeping, it's just, if you have 6, you have the chance of potentially having timeouts. So, that's why even, I mean, odd numbers are sometimes better, but I mean, I don't know how, like, much that's gonna be an issue in the committee. So it's up to you guys.
The manager just make a recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll stick with 6.
Okay, we'll bring that item.
Thank you, guys. And then we're moving on to request for future items. Anything?
Bylaws, got it.
Megan, you got your task? No? All right. At this time, we're gonna move to a closed session.
I do, I know we have, some close sections of the decision. I really do think that we need to send a memorandum out or actually, make a statement, communicate, and it's what we have discussed from the last meeting about, the laws that are on the books. I forget that exactly.
It's SB 54.
54, right? So I definitely think that, at the very minimum, I know that we don't have. For that this week, but I'd like to have an agenda item to at least communicate what we discussed, in our city council meeting. I know we have to discuss some things in closed session, but I really do think that at the very least, we need to send out a press release or something with what you said, what, is already, there. So I don't know if that's something that, just to let, residents know that even without a proclamation, if that takes a majority, that we still are going to make sure that we treat everybody, with kindness and fairness and we try to bring some trust to our community.
Thank you, Joe. Chief, I just wanna, just what you said at the last meeting in regards to, you know, law enforcement and what the role is, especially because we're a sanctuary state. I think that's, just to put it in writing, I think that would ease a lot of minds. And just because I know personally, of course, that, you know, our police officers are dedicated to our community. But I think just it would ease, you know, the fear.
I understand, and sure, I can put something out, or I could put something together. SB 54, it basically spells it out, all
Yes.
can and cannot.
I think just coming from you
Sure,
and, you know, from the city and just you, I think that's something that can be done. I mean, if it's possible.
and just like Eric Point said earlier, there is some very good literature. Some of it makes me a little bit nervous because I don't want it to get too
Right.
us against them thing. I don't want that to happen. I just want all citizens of Lindsay to know that we're here for everybody. And that's just as in law enforcement. And I mean,
Just write that down.
that's just the way it
That's
is.
it.
Exactly.
Or even.
We're on your.
Or you said, and I'm not gonna. We need to be here for everybody, regardless.
Yeah, but regardless of status, I mean, yeah, that documentation doesn't mean anything. We're here for everybody. I mean, and if you're a criminal, whether you're documented or not documented, alien, not alien, it doesn't really matter. If you break the law that way, if you're a criminal, not in just passing the border, I don't care about that. There's a lot of good people here that are undocumented and they have nothing to fear from the law enforcement.
Maybe we need a video just of you speaking, you know? Yeah.
Christine, I can do it. Christine, I can do it.
I'll be your backup dancer.
Let me work on something and I'll get with Damon, we'll get with you guys, maybe one-on-one, something, see what you think and see what you like. Cause there's a lot of good stuff, like I said, Eric had, that gives some good tips and actually gives some good information on just basic, family plan. Whether it's for that or not, it's just safety.
Yeah.
So, about answering doors and opening doors, hey, so, let me get something together, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I appreciate that, and I just think it would be beneficial to our community if the city, that's why I said, if the city was to put something in English and Spanish, we heard from one of our community members that we consider it, and so if the city put something in writing, echoing what you just said, but I know that sanctuary cities might come under threat from the federal administration, and so we're going to discuss that, and I understand that, but I definitely think that we as a city and as a council can put our communication, make it very clear that the focus is to make sure we're financially sound and we have an opportunity to really gain some trust by putting the paper, and this is not going to cost any money, right? And this is not going to incur wrath. We're literally just declaring we care, right? We care about everybody, and if we do that via a memorandum or some type of communication, I really do think that it wouldn't jeopardize us, and I'm in favor of making sure that we are a sanctuary city. If we don't have the label, I understand people's precariousness to labels and things of that nature. A label doesn't define who we are. We should have the courage to really care about each other, right? We should have the strength and to love our neighbor the way we want to be loved. And at the very least, putting out this communication is something that I definitely think would help us gain trust with, as Lisa said, more than half the community is directly impacted. Everybody knows somebody. We have children of all ages. We have parents, grandparents. Everybody is directly impacted. We don't know who, right? Because they're undocumented. We don't know who. They might be in this room right now. And they're living in fear. And if we can do anything to ease their minds by sending out something as a city, I definitely think that it's incumbent upon us to do that. That's why I was elected, and I definitely think that I can love to, I want that to be national. Again, it doesn't have to have the vehicle, but some type of thing.
Yeah, if there's anything that we can do as the police department, to make our community, trust and value us, because we trust and value our community. So I wanted to go both ways. So if we can get somewhere there, I think we're doing the right thing.
Thank you, Chief. So we're gonna move on to a closed session at this time. I believe we're removing ourselves, correct? And you guys are more than welcome to stay or have some dinner.
Go ahead.
So we have nothing to report, meeting's adjourned.
All right, well,